Oh, Haito. And welcome back to Petrified the Game. But first, we gotta guess a game. Gotta find Articuno. Real. Thank you, Ray, for the daily dues. And hello, Nightfang. Okay. You're the daily dues, Nightfang. I feel like I should know what this is. Is this? Those are Animal Crossing bushes. They're not Animal Crossing bushes. But they are Nintendo Switch bushes, so that's probably why I was thinking that. Mario Party. Which one? It's obviously one of the Switch ones. Mario Party Superstars? Super Mario Party? I remember this level, but... Developer Nintendo Cube. What? Which one is it then? Was there a third Mario Party on the Switch that I don't know about? I guess so. Mario Party Jamboree. Okay. Well, I forgot about that one. I own Superstars is the one I have. But I don't really have any real interest in any... I mean, we're being honest, the only Mario parties that I will really have much fun playing are 2 and 3. I feel like it fell off as soon as it hit the GameCube. That's coming from Moth that spent majority of my life playing GameCube games. The Dolphin Effect. The GameCube and the Wii U are the same thing, where they're really good consoles that have upsettingly small libraries, and most of the games are just meh. To be fair, the GameCube was supposed to be like the console that just went on for like over a decade, and they just kept adding stuff to it, but because it didn't sell well, they came out with the Wii. Like the whole Wii motion control thing was supposed to be a GameCube add-on. So I guess if you combine the GameCube and the Wii together, which, I mean, a Wii is just a GameCube in a white slender shell, then you know, that makes the GameCube great. Actually, that's what I'm going to tell myself. Anyway, hello. Goodbye. Night Sword. I'm guessing that is a big upgrade to our sword damage. Apparently it made us faster too. Weird. I mean, the Wii U is basically just a DS. So if you combine the DS, 3DS, and Wii U sales all into one, the Wii U was actually extremely successful when you think about it. What's back here? Oh, I can't go back there. PS2 sales, did we add to balance it out? Well, the PS2 sales get to add the PS2 like pillow plush thingies, so I think it's already pretty fair. Mwaha, I'm enjoying our little game. Okay. Cool. I guess that guy's gone. Okay. How do I get out of here? Oh, I see. No, I don't. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. Hi, hi. Thank you for the blush. I feel beautiful. Teehee. Woo. Real. Yay. Sphinx time. Riddle me this, Batman. Chad feeling bonita tonight. Me ordering spicy margaritas for chat. But not for me, I don't actually like margaritas. I'm not a tequila fan. Or rum. Rum and diet. Because it's basic. And easy to make. But, you know, they have, like, why is the blind indicator that they just turn around? That's interesting. Certainly is a choice. Anyway. They make stuff that you can mix in drinks, though, where you just, it's just, you just do, like, seltzer water, alcohol, and, well, I mean, to be fair, I usually have clear rum. I don't usually have, spiced rum. Or white rum, I guess is the correct term. Wait. But vodka is my second favorite. Anyway, oh, you can, yeah, like, it's seltzer water, and then your alcohol of choice, and then you mix in, like, thing in the packet, and it makes it kind of taste like an alcoholic drink that would be more complicated to make. Why is he flexing his biceps like that? Constantly, is he trying to show off? Whop, whop. I had a nibble of Jello shot at roommate's birthday party, but also I didn't eat that day. Well, that's probably why. You should just need to eat a hearty meal before you drink, especially if you don't normally drink. They had it worse. Well, they just went too hard. You gotta know your limits. Also, that's the other thing, I guess. I've never puked from drinking. I've come close once, but I have not. You think you're a knight, ha? Waha, take this. Hello. Ice Golem. I'm gonna see if he's weak to any of my weapons. Oh wait, what am I doing? I should be using fire. I don't have black magic left. Ice block. Ow, rude. Nice. Cool. We'll just keep doing that, I guess, over and over until it melts. Okay, we'll heal up this turn. Good move. Bonk. Ow, rude. It would suddenly get really cold. I'm a little chilly. Cuts to me floating on top of a bowl of chili. Oh. I think we know life. It's so weird that you get the life spell from like day one in this game. We're healed. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it only works with a life spell, but like I said, literally all of your party members know the life spell, so it's weirdly nice of the game, at least compared to other Final Fantasy games. 136, nice. Hey, we win. Cool. He blowed up. Now he's gonna act like he don't know nobody. Well, that's 2 crystals. Wow. Crystal, I'll go back to Aquaria and see if the ice melted. Don't forget to see Grandpa. Right, bye. We're halfway to saving the world. River coin. Telling me I can't blow up the crystal for fun. What's even the point? Where does this take me? I'm trying to think of the fastest way out of here. But you know I don't remember out. And I don't have to fight any enemies on the way out, so it feels pointless that I can't just warp out, but whatevs. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Finished rereading Gideon the Ninth today, which is an enemies to lovers lesbian fantasy sci-fi story. It's like sci-fi in that it takes place in the future, but Also, the only magic is like necromancy type magic. Well, they have magic, I guess, is also the big fantasy part. I have no idea how to get out of here. It's one of those like shit is implied to have happened to Earth at one point. Mostly in the second book, spoilers, I guess, but whatever, fuck you. And then this is like the solar system post-Earth. Getting fucked up. I'm actually not entirely sure if they live on actual planets or what they're supposed to be. How did I come across it? I was on TikTok one day and someone said, hey, this person who made this series got their start writing a Homestuck fanfic. And I was like, cool. I'll read that, I guess. And then I read the first book and I was like, damn, that was pretty awesome, actually. My only complaint with the series, also, yes, that is the author. My only complaint with the series is that I think the first book is the best book so far, which has that sort of effect of like, I don't know, feeling like it peaked from the get-go. But we'll see. I will reread the other two books sometime this year, see if I change my mind. Did I not finish that one? Oh, it maybe it wasn't open before. Anyway, let's heal. Oh, hey, the town is not frozen over anymore. Yay. Still make me pay $95 Enos, though. Let's see. It's a squid. 1 damage. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have read the books if I hadn't found that TikTok at the exact time that I had been like, I should start reading novels and not just manga. Oh no, I have to do the fight from the beginning. Nice. I also got into the, what's it called? Kingkiller Chronicles around the same time. And then got caught up only to learn that it had been a bajillion years since the last book came out. And then like half a year after I got caught up, they released like a side novella about one of the characters, which was neat. But it was kind of like one of those, all right, but where's the next book though? Chop chop. I don't know. I don't really care that much, honestly. but I feel like fantasy is there's like two sides to reading fantasy series. They're either like borderline episodic with how fast they get pumped out, or every release in the series gets like further and further apart from each other, like Song of Ice and Fire or King Killer Chronicles. Maybe I should wait till I have a partner and then come back here. Not really any reason I have to do this now. The Sphinx is genuinely kind of annoying because of it being faster than me means it's guaranteed to get a confuse off on me, and I just have to get lucky. Cool. There's no point in picking what I do because it's going to confuse me probably. Cool. All right. I'll come back when I have a buddy. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty good. I don't really have a thing for like books the way I do games, where I tend to play older games a lot. With books, I don't have like any real I don't know. Aside from generally preferring fantasy, I don't really have any preference for old or new or anything. Granted, it's usually easier to go back and read older books. Like they're usually more, I don't know. It's easy to, I guess it's not that they're more available, but it's that there's more talk about them available. Can I just not do anything here yet? I figured this would be the obvious way to go, but apparently not. But yeah, I feel like the hard part for me with books is that I just don't have a particularly good eye for what I will or won't like going in. I just kind of have to like take the leap, so to speak. Should be fair, I guess I haven't. I can't really think of many novels I've read that I didn't like. But I also just haven't read a lot, so maybe it's one of those things where, like, it's a lot easier to find ones you will like when you haven't read that many. And then the more you read, the more you whittle down, like, the good ones, I guess. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Hard to say. You know, I don't know why I didn't really think about it. I probably just have to talk to people in that town we were at. And one of them will probably tell me where to go. To be fair, there's this whole thing here. Maybe I just need to go down in this cave. Never mind. There's nothing in here. I would have to teleport in here from that thingy to get those chests. Oh, there's a different entrance to the tower. That's what it is. I see. Okay.
Hey, Dad, some awful news made Captain Mac race from his home. Anyway, seek Reuben in Fireburg. Say, what's the statue for?
You tell me, old man. Shrugs at camera. It's locks. Son of a bitch. Okay. I guess I did it. Wait, now I want to know what's over here, though. Found Blizzard. Cool. Alright, well now we can go back around, I guess. Is there anything on this floor that I can get? Nope. Okay. My next book I'm going to read is Carmilla, which I don't know anything about except my assumption is it's like Dracula, but a woman. Maybe gay? I don't know. I hope so. What's up, Don? What? It didn't stay? The fuck? Okay, then what am I supposed to do? You give me the daily dues, Don. Uh-huh. Hmm. So no way to make it like stay in place when I leave. Hmm. Used to Zelda, I'm trying to like change weapons by opening the menu. Hmm. I don't see any climbable walls or anything. Hmm. Okay, well it stays if I go up here. Hmm. Wait, it stayed that time? Why? Is it because you have to put it on the bottom part for it to stay? That's so stupid. I still could have jumped across the other way. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and get that when we have a buddy. It's so weird that they coded it that way. Oh, wait. Can't just walk that? What? Okay, I don't know why. It looks like you should be able to, but I guess you can't, so whatever. What evs? Found a cure potion. Oh, something's going on. Guy came in saying he could open any lock. Oh boy. A hotel. Have music here? It's the song. How about some seeds? Sure. How about some cure potion? Nah. Want to listen to this band? Nice to see you again, kid. Okay, that's it. You don't have anything else to say? Take that. Is the implication of those white orbs that they're healing the people that sleep there? Take a night's rest. It's still only 95, even though we made it to the next town. That's interesting. How about some explosives? I'll take one. The volcano seemed odd, so my husband Arian. Orion? I don't know. Climbed it with his friend, but his buddy freaked out, ran home, and locked himself in. A boulder is keeping us from saving Orion. Don't think they did land past it. Fair enough. You're Ruben, huh? Have you heard about the Crystal Fire? Oh, that was me. You're Ruben, huh? Have you heard about the Crystal Fire? I can't deal with that now. I've got to help Dad. Well, why don't you let me help you? He's stuck behind a boulder. There'd be no problem if we had a mega grenade, but only Dad's friend can use them. Well, where's this guy's house? In this town, but he shut himself in. I'll pay him a visit anyway. Come on. Ruben joined. He has a flail. Refreshers. Alright, well, time to run back and level up and get exit and all that jazz. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Goodbye. Oh, wait. Free cure potions. Alright, cool. Oh, yay. Wait, I forgot. I have to jump across. There should be a secret door here. It feels like a perfect place to hide a door. Minus 10 billion points. Anyway, 10 bombs. It's a good spot for a secret door. It's like it's obvious, but also just, but you can't actually see that there's something there. So, you know, plausible deniability or whatever you want to call it. Yes. Anyway, let's go. Sick. Well, and this is why I wanted to wait until we had a buddy. Because I knew they'd be like at least 5 levels higher than me. It'd be silly not to have gotten someone first, honestly, because it was just taking like an annoying amount of time to do it myself. Even though I technically could have, it just would have taken forever. All right. Also, we're only getting single fights, but every time I came here solo, nice. It was doubles. Crap. Yeah, it is more padding. They definitely want you to do it solo, but that would be the dumb thing to do. I definitely, you can tell by the fact that he's one-shotting everything that these were balanced on the assumption you would come to it by yourself before going to get this guy. But they fucked up because they let me go get this guy and then come back and do it. American gamers would never backtrack all the way to do these. You silly bastards. You can tell that, like, the idea of Japanese gamers versus American gamers was American gamer guy who gets mad when it takes him more than, you know, 10 minutes to advance from one room to the next in an RPG, or not even that. I'm trying to think of like a very specific stereotype of gamer that like the West. Actually, I know exactly the kind of gamer that they've had. I don't know. It's Uh, yeah, instant gratification. That's the way to put it. Person who wants to just keep pressing the A button and win, and doesn't want to actually have to like do anything. They just want to win automatically. And if they lose, they need to be able to immediately start the fight again. Like, yeah, I know some retro RPGs, even newer ones, can be pretty mean about save points. But like, as mad as I might get, and I might be a baby about it and use my save states, there is like a degree where it's like, I'm just being a little bitch baby. You're meant to get punished for not putting in the effort to actually win the game. That's why they're actively choosing to use save states instead of letting you save everywhere like this game or Pokemon. Granted, there might be an argument that any early NES games, maybe it was maybe just a huge pain to actually let you save everywhere. But, you know, at a certain point, it became a deliberate choice. And also, yeah, paying attention to your surroundings and realizing that sometimes you need to go back if you want to get the good items and stuff. You don't even have to talk to NPCs in this game. Like, I almost went back to town to talk to NPCs in the town we unfroze, and then I realized there was a different path up there that just leads to a different part of the tower. You can just ignore... You only have to talk to NPCs when you get to the town of Elemental Area, and then when you get your partner, you can just stop talking to NPCs again. And if you have any intuition, you can walk into a room and see which guy you're supposed to talk to, because the partner characters all stand out. That's honestly a thing that I just always get annoyed by when RPGs do it, is when NPCs just kind of have nothing going on ever. But I feel like that's a much broader thing to go into. But we want to talk about all RPGs that fail to utilize their NPCs. As stupid and shitty as it would be, that idea of like that some RPG devs back when AI took off were floating around the idea of like, oh, we'll just have the AI write all the incidental NPC dialogue for us, because no one cares about that, what they have to say anyway. And my annoyance was like, yeah, there are a lot of RPGs where it could have probably been written by an AI and it would have been the same quality, but that's the problem, is that it should be of higher quality to begin with. But at least if it's shitty and written by a human, it's still written by a human. But, you know, my point being, don't just admit that, like, you're not putting any effort into NPC dialogue. And then that goes into the whole thing that I have with games trying to be as, like, open and wide as possible and trying to populate areas with a bunch of NPCs who have nothing to say, when they should go the Majora's Mask route, where areas are tiny, comparatively at least, but every NPC has something unique going on with dialogue that changes depending on certain factors. Or at the very least, an NPC should have something to say that either gives you a hint at gameplay mechanics or about the story / lore of the world. Yeah, exactly. It's like things like it's like, I always compare, this isn't about NPCs, but I always compare Termina Field and Majora's Mask Bald to Hyrule Field. They made Hyrule Field huge and empty because Miyamoto was so insistent on having Epona and you being able to ride her. And so they needed a big open area where things wouldn't get in your way, which is also why there's no enemies in Hyrule Field when you're an adult, because then they would get in the way, aside from the pose, but you're supposed to chase them down on horseback and shoot them. So they literally designed that whole thing to be the one enemy you're meant to fight on horseback. But in Termina Field, there's just like stuff everywhere and enemies walking around all over the place, and it's interesting. When I step out onto Termina Field and start going somewhere, I have to consider if I want to run around the enemies or fight them on the way, or, you know, whatever. If I want to run from Clocktown to Milk Road, I have to keep in mind that the bird is flying around and he'll steal my shit if I just stand around in that area. Like, you gotta actually pay attention and stuff. Which, like, when you go out into Hyrule Field for the first time as a kid in Ocarina, and there's the Peahats during the day and the Stall children at night, it does a good job of making Hyrule Field feel more intimidating and interesting. But I'll always bitch and moan about the fact that once you become Adult Link, they just get rid of everything, and it's so annoying because it's so boring to walk around Hyrule Field as an adult. And I've heard people try to make the argument of like, oh, well, it shows how empty the world is now that Ganon's taken over. That's stupid. That's cool. It's just boring. It would make that argument would make more sense if it was actually, if Child Link's Hyrule Field was empty and boring and Adult Link's was full of monsters. That's how it should have been if they were going to do that. Wow, the Gemini Crest. Why is it an hourglass? Anyway. Yeah. And also, like, you can tell how that doesn't work because no one ever talks about. The only people who talk about Hyrule Field, its emptiness being upsetting or creepy, are the people that go, oh my god, guys, Mario 64 is actually super scary. It's such a liminal game, and it's literally not. Like, most of the rooms in that game are pretty small, and you know, there's like a couple hallways that are maybe a little sort of like, ooh, this is like bordering on, I don't know, mysterious, because it's like venturing into like this new part of the castle that feels like you're really like sneaking off into the depths of the mansion or the castle's like under bits. I don't know, but like for the most part, I think it's all BS. I don't know. There's a weird phenomenon that popped up around COVID time where people just became obsessed with the idea, like finding reasons to turn things that aren't horror into horror. I'm not really sure what caused it, aside from the fact that it got really popular with video essayists and stuff on YouTube, because it was very easy to clickbait those titles with Mario 64 is way scarier than you remember. Anyway, my point being that those are the only people who will ever argue that Hyrule Field is creepy or empty, and they're dumb. But if you play Majora's Mask and then you play through the whole game, and you know that you go through Termina Field and it's full of stuff, and then you learn about that one glitch that lets you sneak out as a Deku Scrub, and when you do that, Termina Field is empty. There's no monsters, and it's genuinely like a little like off-putting because Termina Field is so full of stuff normally. But so seeing it be empty and just not having any music playing, it's just weird. Granted, a mask lets you see the monsters through the gas. So hold on. So we had to get the magic mirror to see the monsters in the ice place, and now we have to get a different item to see the monsters in the volcano. Why? What's the point? It's like if you had to get the Sylph Scope to see the ghost Pokemon in fucking Lavender Town, and then you had to get a different item to see the poison, fire, whatever, see the Pokemon in the Pokemon Mansion. Like, what? I don't get it. There are tons of monsters in the mine up north. Cool. It's a different mechanic, totally. How about buying my battle axe for 500 GP? Okay. Hope you're happy with your battle axe. We'll see, I guess. Wow. That was kind of a secret. How about buying my steel helmet for 200 GP? Okay, here you go. Hope you're happy with the steel helm. I guess so. Aquaria looks best from the top of the focus tower. Okay, bye. It's the song. Oh my god. I didn't even see that chest over there. The helm is at least useful. Yeah. Does the battle axe at least do more damage? I assume so, but I don't know. Whatever. It does, but there's a third axe that's required, is what I'm guessing. So it's totally pointless. I mean, the sword I didn't have to pay for. I just kind of got that from the dungeon, so that's something, you know. How do I get in here? Oh, I gotta go talk to whatever that guy's name was, maybe. It feels like they were really insistent on having, I'm assuming 3 or 4 tiers of each weapon, or maybe only some of them, I don't know. But they didn't actually have enough room to have it feel, I don't know, reasonable for you to get them slowly. I didn't even think about that. Oh yeah, each one has 3 tiers. Yep. Cool. 112. I mean, it's got the same damage as the jumbo bomb, so I mean that is good. But, you know, it's really easy to go get bombs and just replenish them back up to 99 if you want to. Oh, I see. There's 3 helms, 3 sets of this, 3 whatever these are. Okay, yeah, no, I get it. 4 different white magics, 4 different black magics, 4 different wizard magics. Cool. What's up?
We went to the guy. We went to the house in the pit, but the guy wouldn't let us in.
You 2 in? Take this multi-key. Cool. I can now open anything, which means we can go back to Focus Tower and get that thing. President found a shield. Well, maybe this will be our shield. Cool. Wait, I should get those cure potions. We do have to walk all the way around to get it though, which is kind of annoying, but yeah. Customize, scale, figure. I see. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think to change the message speed. Oh my god, I hate it. Uh, ink. Purple. Yellow. Ugh. It's you can make it so bright. What the hell? Let's do purple. Or I guess it's like magenta. Anyway, because you can't change the text, it's silly that they let you go towards the white. It should not let you go past like the 7th notch, honestly. Wow, more explosives. Actually, thinking about it, I guess the explosives are still technically better. Where am I going? Because it's a multi-hit. The only downside is that, you know, wait, I'm going the wrong way. What am I doing? Your damage gets divided between enemies, but so I guess it's kind of like a mixed bag. Depends on what you're fighting and how many and what you want to do. There's like some decision making between the axe doing 112 damage to one thing versus the bomb doing 112 across the board, which is fair. But also it's silly that the axe is optional, because then that just means actually it's silly that the axe exists, because you either do 15 less damage but it's to a single target, so you're doing more damage to that specific target, or you're doing more damage if there's only one target, but if there's more than one target, you're forced to spread your damage. I don't know, that's more interesting, but having the axe just throws it off completely, I feel like. Oh, it has a lower chance to hit. Well then, I'm just gonna bomb everything. Or use the multi thing. Okay, never mind. I thought I could use the multi key on this. I can't like select it, so. Alright, fuck off. Fuck me then. Do I need him in my party? Use it? I don't know. Alright, well I'm gonna take a pee break. And then we'll head back and go unlock that guy's house. Kirby. Oh, Haito. Probably just wait until the next time we have to come through the tower to go try that chest again. I don't feel like coming back to it over and over. Thank you. I check my armor. Defense 19, 19, 19. Oh, 4, 12, 6. 3, 1. There's hidden stats not shown. That's annoying. I think my biggest pet peeve is hidden stats in RPGs. The value is the same for all tiers. What's the point then? Shields give speed. That makes no sense. Helms give attack. That makes no sense. Necklaces give magic. That makes the most sense. Upsettingly. Ah, yes, me without shield. Very slow. Me with shield. Fucking Speedy Gonzalez. It's +5, but why? I could not tell you, man. Somebody clearly thought it made sense and added it in. I ran when I saw the monsters in the volcano. A huge boulder fell and trapped Orion. Only a mega grenade can free him. How do you use one? Just throw it. Learn to use... Oh, so now the bombs are just the best again by far. Okay. Okay, game. What's the fucking point? That's just like a trick. They just tricked me into spending 500 money that I wasn't going to use anyway, to be fair. But like, why? Go through the abandoned mine to reach the boulder. So I was like kind of right, but not quite. There's so many decisions in this game that just don't... they're not... it's not like they're bad decisions. It's that they're just not... well, they are bad decisions. They're not thought out is the problem. Like, you can clearly tell a lot of stuff just sort of... we need... hey, shouldn't we like come up with someone to give you the second axe? Like, we don't have a place for that. Just give it to someone in the Fire Town, and they can sell it to you if you talk to them, because, you know, we don't really have anywhere to put it. Okay. And then they did it. Because Flazard. Are they going to be resistant to bombs? I would assume so, but we're going to find out. 666 not in my Christian Minecraft Mystic Quest. Trees are weak against Morningstar and Axe, but not Sword. Makes sense to me. No, it doesn't. George Washington used an axe, not a knight's sword. And he definitely didn't use a fucking Morningstar. I feel like I had to remember that part of the story. I guess so. Morningstar is just an axe. Oh, okay. Sure, fuck it. It also ups the hidden charisma factor on your character. It doesn't actually do anything, but it ups it. This feels like one of those games that has like, if you, it has like a mechanic that should be really simple, but if you pulled open the code, the way that they executed it is in like the most weird, complicated way possible. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you open up like the code for like how leveling up works and how it determines your well, I guess the experience gain, I presumably would just be static, right? You would think so, but I feel like this is the kind of game where you would assume that, open the code, and it would be like, actually, it determines it with this super long string of equations for some reason, even though there's no reason to do that. I don't know. It's the vibe this game gives me. I feel like the reuse of this song in slightly different versions is like you hold this up next to like Undertale and Deltarune, and it's like Mystic Quest reuses the same song, Derogatory. Deltarune reuses the same song, Complimentary. Oh, wait, it literally says weak against oh yeah, I didn't even catch that last time. Wow. Okay, game. I'm not even gonna pretend. You're not even gonna try to hide it. Apparently morning stars are axes. I learned that today. There you go, everybody. Next time you're playing D&D and a monster is weak to slashing damage, swing your morning star and remind your DM that morning stars are axes, so they should do slashing damage. And it's literally like what's happening here. One more to go. Ow. Ow. Wow. We got 1200 GP out of clearing that. All that gold that I'm constantly spending. Old coworker loved to do the controversy of what constituted as a morning star, shaft with chain and ball, or shaft with ball on end. I don't know, man. I ain't an expert in medieval weaponry. I also don't care what you call it, so long as you know it's apparent what you're talking about. Red cap. Just they have red hats on. Get it? red cap. Because they have blue hats on. Get it? They used a D&D image which shows it was a shaft with ball, no chain. I think if you're just assuming D&D is perfectly accurate, I think even if they're right, the fact that they went to D&D as their proof kind of says a lot about them, I think. I know, but like, you can be nerdy in like the I just know that I just actually have an understanding of medieval weapons versus I play D&D, so I just assume that that's how that D&D is correct all the time. I don't know. It's like somebody pulling up the Wyverns and Dragons are different argument, and then they like open up a D&D manual to prove me wrong. And my response is like, even if I agreed with you before, I kind of wish I didn't now, because your response was to open up a D&D manual to prove your point. Which I don't agree. They're all dragons. Dragons is a catch-all term. But my point stands. I was gonna try to think of something other than dragons to use, but I feel like a lot of fantasy creatures fall into that area of like, you can kind of make it look like whatever you want. Thank you, Equation, for the daily dues. And so long as it has like the gist of what people associate with it, then no one will really raise an eyebrow. Plus, I kind of feel like as much as like it's nice to have an actual understanding of like the lore and origin of a fantasy creature you're using, there's also a certain level of, yeah, but like, I like my thing, so fuck you. That I think people need to be comfortable employing, because not being willing to do that is why a lot of Western fantasy is either super low magic, grimdark, you know, Game of Thrones type stuff, or Tolkien ripoff. And probably why so much anime fantasy is like, it plays like a JRPG. Even when it's not a video game, it still has game logic for some reason. But that's a slightly separate, it's the same kind of issue, but it's a different area, I guess. So it's a slightly different pet peeve. Why did you put them to sleep after confusing them? That makes no sense. It's like Gen 1 Pokemon level AI. I'm gonna cast Hypnosis, and then you're gonna fall asleep, and then I'm gonna spam Confuse Ray for 3 turns, even though it's not gonna do anything because you're asleep. then the turn you wake up, I'm gonna use recover even though my HP was at like 90%. It's even better when you run into the AI that spams Petrify. I'm aware of that AI because of you and Nightfang referencing it. So I'm sure I'll have fun there. I think the bigger issue with that is that you just start the fight over, so it's literally just keep doing the fight until you get lucky and they don't spam Petrify. Which is just annoying. It's not difficult. I mean, there is literally nothing you can do about it. If they hit you with Petrify and both of your party members get petrified the same turn, you just lose. You can't, like, negate it or anything. I hate how many enemies spam confusion, though. That's really common so far. Because it kind of has a similar thing where, like, if you get into a bad enough bit of RNG with confusion, you're just kind of gonna die. Even worth getting whatever's in those chests? Probably not. I feel like the experience gain probably would be more worth it than whatever it actually gives me. There ain't shit over here. Actually, I watched a video earlier that I thought was kind of funny to get because I was recently thinking about the whole, like, if somebody has nothing but good things to say about something, then I don't trust that they actually know much about it, because if you really have strong opinions on something, you're going to have certain parts of it that you don't like. And it was a video that's like, basically it was like 9 or 10 games that are like 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 games, but they have that one thing about it that just sucks. Because there's always going to be that one bit. And there was a funny bit, or a bit that I thought was funny. They brought up Deltarune, and they were like, they showed like a little picture, which was honestly, it was like, I was a little taken aback because this has never been a thing that's bothered me about Deltarune, and it still doesn't. Because it's really not like, it's a better alternative to maze-like, the maze-like way that a lot of RPGs like to do it. But it's kind of like a similar issue on a smaller scale. I'm gonna pull up Clip Studio Paint and I'm gonna like draw my recreation of it. Hold on. All right, there we go. Okay. So like Deltarune rooms tend to be like, here, I'll do this. How do I set it to fill in? Polygon, there we go. It's like, what? No, okay. Let me like trying trying to do something like this. Actually, no, it'll be more like this. Like this very like, it's just a very basic sort of like, these walls are in the way just to put things in your way, so you can't just go in a straight line from here, let me do this. You can't just go from the starting point here in a straight line down to here. You have to like do that or something, and they'll have like, you know, chest here and a chest here. It is, but it was funny that they were mad about it. It was like they were basically complaining, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I can't remember how they worded it. It was a funny complaint. And like I said, I don't see how it's really an issue. Like, it's very like, yeah, obviously. Because like my counterpoint for that is that what they didn't talk about is we're gonna use because they didn't add in, they just drew like a very generic looking kind of map, and I was like, haha, it is kind of what a Deltarune room looks like. But what they didn't add in is that they'll have like chests, a couple like chests or item pickups or whatever, and then they'll have like NPC there, NPC there, NPC here. We'll do yellow for enemies. Enemy here, enemy here, enemy here. The complaint was weird. I don't know. It was a weird complaint. I don't really get it. They were basically complaining that the games are too linear, that they're like hallways basically, which is true. That is like correct, but like that's true of literally every RPG I've ever played to some degree. Like I don't know. I'm not really sure what the complaint was. I guess the complaint was that you don't get a lot of areas that are like big open spaces where you can just kind of like well, that was my thing, is like, because like my point is that the rooms aren't designed for you to go bop. The rooms are designed for you to come in and like fight this enemy and then go talk to this NPC and then fight this enemy, get this item pickup, fight this enemy, or go talk to the NPC, go talk to the NPC, fight this enemy, get this item pickup, or in whatever order you decide is faster, like bop, 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 you know, like, you know, there's like, the rooms are simple and they are hallways, but there's shit to do. It's not like Final Fantasy X where you enter an area and it's like a long hallway with nothing but random encounters. You get like 20 encounters, and when the random encounter ends each time, you just keep holding forward until the next one starts, and eventually you get to the other end. Like, the whole point of random encounters, or the whole point of like Deltarune is that you walk around and interact with NPCs and get into fights along the way. and it's very like straightforward. Like the dialogue and story is like the main thing in those games. So, which to be fair, to go back to the point was that it's like their least favorite part about Deltarune, but they're still saying that it's like a very good game. And they also made a point of like it doesn't bother them the first time they play a new chapter, but on replays they feel like it bogs it down, but I don't really agree. I feel like Deltarune is some of the easiest replay games around because a lot of dialogue is skippable. The rooms are very small, so once you've been through a room once, you kind of just know like the best path to the other side. They talked about the climbing in chapter 4, and they were like, it's just the same thing but vertical, and it's only cool on your first playthrough. But I feel like I disagree. I feel like the climbing is fun because you can kind of optimize like how fast you move if you're like decent at it. And there's literally like little secret spots where you have to like race to get through it fast enough that rewards you for being, I don't know. It was the weirdest complaint because a lot of their other complaints were like pretty reasonable, I thought. And it was the weirdest one where it's like the complaint wasn't actually that like they have a problem with this aspect of Deltarune. I think they just don't like Deltarune aside from the initial enjoyment they get of like seeing each chapter's story for the first time. Because I don't know, that's what I think the real issue is. I don't really know why that was like an issue, because like I said, a lot of their other things made enough sense to me. Yeah, maybe. Don't know, because then some of their actually that's not even the weirdest one now I think about it, because they had a couple that were like, I don't actually think this is bad, but I hated it as a kid, so that's my entry for this game. And I was like, that's a weird choice. You just said it's not bad. You just kind of like didn't know what to put here. I don't know. You can kind of tell when someone actually enjoys a game and has their own genuine opinions. Yeah, agreed. I don't know. I genuinely kind of think they just don't like playing Deltarune. They probably should just watch someone else play it. If that's how they genuinely feel about it. It's a weird complaint. I don't know. Like, it would have been a more valid complaint if literally all of it was hold right. If anything, I almost kind of got the vibe that they maybe would like it more if it was a hold right. Like, the way they talked about it, they seemed to find it annoying that like the rooms had like the blocky things breaking them up. I don't know. Like, I feel the way I drew that room was like pretty accurate to the way that they like did it in the video. And it basically was like, oh, so you just hate every action adventure or RPG ever then? I don't know. They also complained about Tales dungeons being bad, and I was sort of a similar thing of like, I feel like Tales is actually generally not that bad when it comes to dungeons compared to a lot of RPG series. But they specifically talked about one I haven't played, so I was sort of like, I don't know, maybe that one is kind of annoying. Who knows? I don't remember which one it was, to be honest. But don't know. It was weird. Oh, that's how that works. Okay. I kind of feel like they had a good idea for a video, but didn't actually have any interesting stuff to talk about. Now that I think about it, it's probably more so what happened. TBH. Because like I said, they brought up Paper Mario, and they were like complaining about Flower Fields. And then after complaining about Flower Fields, they were like, actually, gotcha. I actually don't mind that part. My least favorite part is Lava Lava Isle because I hated it as a kid. And then they literally said something along the lines of, it doesn't bother me anymore because I was just a stupid kid and that's why I hated it. But, and I was like, okay. I don't know. I feel like the premise for the video could have been interesting, but they didn't have a lot of interesting things to say about the actual stuff they were talking about. Dunno. They did offhandedly mention the Triforce quest in Wind Waker, which was fair. But my response in my head was, okay, but Wind Waker is like an 8 out of 10 at best. I don't know, because I do agree with the like sentiment that like no matter how good something is, it has parts that are annoying. And they like had a spiel at the start where it was like you can't like everything about something. If you really enjoy it, you're gonna have parts you don't like. And I was like, you're so right. But then they like had very nothing takes about everything. So I don't know. To be fair, I didn't check their channel. They could also just be a very new video essayist. It was not a very long video or anything. So I feel like they could just be at that stage of like not being a very good scriptwriter. So they get ideas but don't really flesh them out especially well. Hello, Red Skeleton. I think part of the problem with the video idea too is that they have to pick games that they've played. It's not the kind of video you can do by just doing some offhanded research, really. I think that's the part of the issue too. Hello, Jen. Dragon cut. Cure. Bam. Rip. Let's see. Life. Taking a risk. Nice. Oh, he's dead. Ripperoni. Let's see. Don't think we know life. Do not. Alright, we're dead. Round 2. Be fair, I should have killed the skeletons first. Like so. Da, 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 da. I will also say, as somebody who does agree that if you like something, you're going to have bits of it that you just don't like, and that trying to pretend that every aspect of it is well done is silly. There is definitely a point where it starts being like, I don't think where certain people will complain about stuff, and it'll start to feel like, I feel like you don't like this thing as much as you say that you do, with the, like the type of complaints you have about it, and your focus on the negatives. But I think some people also, when they make content, lean into the negative side of analysis instead of trying to like have like some sort of middle ground of talking about both sides. Which I guess is true the opposite. People will also like go the other route and only really talk about the good things for the same reason. He's getting smaller. I think like when people make videos and stuff, they tend to kind of pick a side, I guess, in that regard. Ew. Nice. All right. Still have 16 more white magic spell casts. Explosives. Cure potions. Heal potions. We're close enough to blow up the boulder. Cool. We didn't blow it up. We just made it roll away. How was that? That was the boulder? Okay, sure. We did it! Ruben, I knew you'd save me. Please head home to Mom. Right, you two be careful. Shit, let's go. Let's return to Fireburg. Sure, man. I forgot poison doesn't wear off when the fight ends. Not that it really mattered that for that one. Let's see. Heal. Wee. What are you even blocking? Now that we can leave at any time I want, I guess there's no... Actually, I could have just cast exit to leave, honestly, which I guess I'll do after I check this room, now that I'm over here. I'm asleep. Boom. Level up. Hmm. Wop. Pop, pop. Well, rip. Okay. It's a trick. You have to take the right path. Sneaky, sneaky. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba. Should look up the composer for this game. Be curious to see if they've done much else. I'll do that while I fight this guy. Composer Ryuji Sasai and Yasuhiro Kawakami. Ryuji Sasai. He worked on The Mysterious Cities of Gold, which is an anime. Adventures of the Little Koala, which is also an anime. Windaria, which is also an anime. Zack, The Art of Visual Stage, which is a PC-88 computer game. Oh, we're paralyzed, so I guess we just have to sit here until it wears off or we die. Okay, yeah, it wears off eventually. Okay. And he also worked on Frey in Magical Adventure, which is some JP-only RPG. Both of those he worked with Tadahiro Nita. He worked on Final Fantasy Legend 3 with Chihiro Fujioka. Worked on this game with Yasuhiro Kawakami. Worked on Treasure of the Rudras, JP-only game. Worked on Tobal #1 with several other composers. And the only thing that this guy was the sole composer on was Bushido Blade 2. Oh, and he was apparently the only composer for Adventures of Little Koala. So he's not done much. I like that we beat that fight, and I literally looked at it once just to notice that we were paralyzed, and then went back to just clicking through the wiki page. I was kind of hoping that he would have had like one credit that made me go, oh my god, he did that game? 92 power. Is it resistant to sleep or does it cause sleep? I don't know. It has a chance to cause sleep, poison, stun, other things. Okay, I don't even know what some of those mean. I don't really care. I guess this is our go-to weapon when I don't want to use bombs now. Anyway, once again, no point to buy that axe. What am I doing? Here, we'll use it on these guys for fun. Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of what things are immune to stuff. Oh, these guys can counter you with paralysis. That's why we kept getting paralyzed. Which means the bombs are the best thing because they're a ranged weapon technically. Anyway, spell exits. Let's go heal. All right. Pop, pop, pop. Yep. All right. Let's head over to the thing. Which one of you sells bombs? Somebody sold bombs. I think it was an old guy. You. And then I jump over his head to assert dominance. All right. Let's go do a few rounds of this, and then we'll take our next break. Maybe we'll get a good item out of it, but we'll probably just get like 1,000 GP. Die. Ba, ba, ba. Let's see. Heal. Second verse, same as the first. Bam. Mega grenade. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna take a few break, and then we will finish up this battlefield and head on forward. PRB. Oh, hi, too. All right. Let's go. Boop 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 boop. Ba, ba, ba. Ruben. Ruben. I was gonna be like, imagine naming your daughter something like Panini, and then I was like, wait, that's just the Chowder character. And also, she's based. She was one of those like kind of yandere adjacent characters from like shows I grew up with. Like Helga Pataki was kind of like a yandere tsundere combo. I guess out of all the Western stuff that I watched as a kid, Panini and the Kinker sisters were like the closest to being yandere. At least that I can think of. Bop, bop, bop. It's the song, that one song that plays in the towns. Da, 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 da. You're dead, ha ha ha. You're dead, ha ha ha. One more to go. I feel like killing the mummy guys is better just because they can do paralysis. Or usually the skeletons can put you to sleep, but usually they just attack. Alright, well, clean them out. 1,200 experience. Wow. So epic. You really don't get anything for doing most of the battlefields. Volcano. Aside from experience, I guess. Which is, that's really the point of them, is so that they can make this an RPG where you actually gain like a significant amount of levels, but I think it would have been better if we just didn't have the battlefields. That entire part of the game is cut out, and they just set the max level to 20 or something. Rude. Also, just route yourself through dungeons to get the experience. That's fair. This guy has no magic. Why does it have, when I click Ruben to defend, it selects Shid as if he's defending Shid? It's very odd. Anyway, hello. But feel like the thing about routing through the dungeons is that, like, I can't even say that that's like a unique aspect of this game, because it's not. Playing an RPG for the second time is always about routing the best way through the dungeon. So, and knowing which NPCs and shops and whatnot are good or worth doing, and which treasure chests or whatever are worth opening. Or if you just want to be a completionist, you just memorize where they all are and you go open all of them even if they suck. Cerberus? Werewolf. Okay, that's not what a werewolf is. Where the were implies that it's part human. You freaking losers. I'm wikiing this enemy. So I'm gonna see. Well, no, it came out in English first, so I mean, even if they changed it in the Japanese version to be a better thing, this is the original name for it, is werewolf. So they just named it wrong. In other Final Fantasy games, I pulled it up because this is like a, recurring, since it's a recurring type. In most Final Fantasy games, it's an actual werewolf, with the exception being in Final Fantasy 1, they're just a different colored variant. Of the wolf, but that's because it's Final Fantasy 1, and that was back when doing the color, or just using the same sprite with different colors was super common, which, I mean, is still common in RPGs to an annoying degree, even though there's no reason for it. At least you could argue we're potentially saving space on like NES games. Anyway. Volcano, I don't have the gas mask, so I can't see the enemies. Do I need it? Probably. To some degree, at least. I'm sure I do. Yeah, this should have been called Cerberus or something along those lines. Nightmare for the Centaur dude kind of doesn't work either, because isn't that normally an enemy type that's purely just horse? Found white. The fuck is that? Thunder, white. Yeah, it's normally just a regular horse. It's not normally a centaur. It's holy? Why is it called white? That's incorrect. Especially by the time this came out after Final Fantasy IV was released in the West. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know, because I know they staggered them. When did it come out? It definitely after Final Fantasy 1. Final Fantasy IV got released over here in November 1991. Yeah, so this was after Final Fantasy IV came out over here. Religion, right. Nintendo used to be really strict about that stuff. I forgot. Cool. The music in this game certainly exists. I feel like the music is so consistently 5 out of 10. It's kind of impressive. They always use the same status on the same person multiple times in a turn. It's very weird. Nice. Slap the sleeping guy. Why don't you? Ow. Full heal. Oh, we have exactly 800 health. Nice. Okay. Oop. We probably should save. I actually don't remember last time I saved. So, there we go. Hello, Cerberus. I'm not even calling you werewolf. I'm just going to call them Cerberus because that's what they are. Boop. Boop. Wow. 3 cure potions. Poor doggo's suffering from identity issues. It happens to the best of us. Looks and sounds based. It's very 5 out of 10. That guy's gonna come back. What's up, Zoli? There's no Crystallis. This is true. I think Crystallis had a lot more character than this game. And that's not sarcasm. Killer guy. You missed, you fuck. The music's okay. It doesn't help that there's like 6 tracks. I do like the slap sound effect. I don't know. I feel like the guitar riffs are pretty like generic. All right. Let's heal. Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna do this without the gas mask. Which lets you see enemies because that's how gas masks work. You wear a gas mask so you can see better in the gas. Brrrah. It's true. I always keep my sass mask on me. Ba, ba, ba. There we go. Cerberus. 3 Cerberus. 3 by 3. Bop, bop, bop. All right. Oops. All right. Onward. Oh. Okay, this part you don't even need the gas mask. Or cool. Kill that guy. Bop, bop. Ruben really knows how to swing an axe. It is very interesting to me that the party members don't level up. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because, like, they swap out each area. Which is not something you see a lot. But to be fair, this game's already very easy, so I feel like if the partners leveled up, it would just kind of be that much easier. What is this? It is 3 cure potions. Bop, 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 bop. Skibbity-doo. American Gamer would be deterred by systems requiring balancing around 2 people instead of 1. It is true. The American mind can't handle the number, any number larger than 1, because it's all about me, myself, and I. Bang, 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 bang. Are you the boss? Or are we saving you? I don't know who you are. I'm either gonna kill you or save you. That's all I know. Hello. You're the boss. Okay. Medusa. Oh boy. Sounds like Petrification City. So you definitely do not need the gas mask to do this dungeon, like at all. Get rid of you. Your protagonist role is always to expressly violate the Prime Directive. This is true. Uh-oh. He's dead. Forever. I don't know if I have anything that can res him. I feel like we should have gotten the life spell, but we don't have it. I'm gonna use white. I cast by the power of white. Be gone! Oh, there's the petrify. Nope. Alright. Alright, let's see. Boop. We're just gonna spam white. Ow. Rude. Well, I guess we'll alternate between white and cure. Cool. Alright. White. Oh no, he's paralyzed. Okay, it immediately wore off. Cool. Ow. Rude. Oh my gosh, her hair's gone. Most protagonists are white coated. This is true. The protagonist usually does get associated with the color white in some way. Except during that one arc where they get really edgy and then they get associated with the color black for one arc. Goodbye. Level up. We did it. Alright, cool. Spider-Man 3. I mean, that is definitely one of them. But it happens in a lot of stuff, to be fair. Sasuke goes from blue to black when he gets edgy. This music, indeed, it's the song, as we've been saying. Well, you're in luck, because if we get to another town, you'll get to hear it again. But slightly different. I don't know. I know it from watching or listening to like video game music playlists. Hot Wings. That's what they're called. I should have bought more bombs in town. I'll go back and do that. What is your favorite new favorite classic game song? And why is it from Quest 64? Lost Worlds, the shop theme. I don't know Lost Worlds, I don't think. Fuck. There we go. Forgotten Worlds. I don't know that one either. The Capcom shmup from 1988. That's why I don't know it. I don't really play shmups. Aside from the occasional Toho. Here, I'll play it. Where's the pause button? But there was a pause button. Oh, there it is. Duh. This one. There is something funny about like this weird trend, sort of trend that I see crop up in every like fourth game, where is this it? This is the arcade version. Cool. Yeah, this one sounds better. I'm not sure what port that was. It's still very silly though. Probably some home console. But like there is a trend of having shop music be like very goofy. Is that a vampire? One of the first to use their iconic arcade board they used for Street Fighter 2. Nice. Hello, vampire. Fangpire Avizard. Sure, man. That's what you want to call him. I don't think I can think of any other shop music off the top of my head that has dog barks. There's a turtle. That's the same thing. Does it? It just has like the very silly vocal choir, or the very silly sounding choir synth. I don't know if I'd count that. This is just a Red Ranger. It's called Lost Worlds in Japan, and that's why you mixed it up. Oh, it's a ninja, but he's wearing purple. He was wearing red on the overworld. He's also dead. He's also using a scimitar. Not really a weapon I associate with ninjas. All right. What's in here? They probably changed it when they brought it over here for copyright stuff or something. Like Mega Man. Yeah, I think the video description of the arcade version I pulled up said it was a CP1 game. Smokescreen. I wouldn't even know what Capcom's earlier games were, honestly. Let's see. Boop. I feel like it's safe to assume the earliest Capcom game I've ever played is Street Fighter 2. I don't really feel like I played that many Capcom games across the board. See if I can find a list of games they made. It's so long that it's separated by fucking... Okay. Played Ghosts and Goblins. I've played some version of it. Probably the SNES port, if I remember right. But I don't like Ghosts and Goblins. I also don't know if that version of the game came out before or after Street Fighter 2. This list sucks. It lists every release of the same game as separate. So that's part of why it's such a big list. Too lazy. Don't care. If the game is Hell Village, that makes sense. Ghosts and Goblins has always been one of those games that I would never actually try to do a full playthrough of, because of the whole you have to get to the end and then do it a second time dealio. Wow. Demon World Village. Or Ghosts and Ghouls if you're based. Sex having Chad. So this game is the third in the series. I just assumed it was a port of an earlier version. They were all just ports of the same game with mild differences. Except for the spin-off series about that demon guy who's I can't remember the name of the games. Gargoyle Quest, that's it. I guess he's a gargoyle. I don't know. I didn't play them. Bop. Okay. Unblind this man. Is that a robot? Seems to be a distinct entry and not a remake. Interesting. Dragon Cut. Bomb. You're dead. Wah wah wah. That was a genie, not a robot. Teleport. I don't know what that is. If light. Oh, it opens that door. Okay. Fair enough. I would assume that whatever the original very first Ghosts and Goblins game was probably an arcade game. Does it have any sequel? What about it? Yeah. There ain't nothing. Unless I can. Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, because you can throw the grenade. Right. The SMB2 thing. Oh. I mean, I suppose so. But the thing with. Oh, you mean like actual SMB2 or do you mean an American SMB2? Because the thing with American SMB2 is they just took a game and reskinned it to be Mario, and now everyone associates all the characters from it with Mario. Actual Japan. Oh, Lost Levels. Okay. Yeah. Well, the problem, I would argue the problem with why I never really liked Lost Levels is it's just like, it's too similar. It's just a harder version of the game. It's like, it feels more like what you would get today as DLC. Of like a bunch of more difficult levels. Jinx. So even though I'm sure you could make an argument about how maybe what if Doki Doki Panic had been released as Doki Doki Panic or whatever they called it instead of Mario 2, would that have gone on to be its own thing? Maybe. You stop that. But I don't know. SMB2 America was more interesting to me by a long. Didn't Doki Doki Panic start out as a Mario sequel? Did it? I thought it was made for some TV series. But that would be funny if it was like a TV show. It was Mario, then got changed to be Doki Doki Panic for that TV show, and then yada yada. Go fact check and come back when you know the order of operations. Go PIMDOS this. Nice. Cure potion. Super Mario Bros. 2 started out as a prototype Super Mario-style platform game developed by Kensuke Tanabe, a developer for Nintendo. The prototype game emphasized vertically scrolling levels and throwing blocks. It was originally intended to be a two-player co-op game, allowing players to toss each other around. However, the technical limitations of the Famicom and NES made it difficult to produce a polished game with these elements. Though other games would later see success with these concepts on Famicom/NES hardware, it was decided to add more Super Mario-like elements such as horizontal levels. Although many vertically oriented levels were retained in the final project. Sometime later, the Fuji Television Company requested Nintendo create a video game using Yume Kojo mascots, and Tanabe developed the prototype into Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic, which became one of the best-selling games of the Family Computer Disk System. Citation needed. Thank you, Mario Wiki. I mean, that's kind of fair. I do feel like with that logic, I would kind of argue that at a certain point, most series stop being the same series, which is kind of true, though. So I guess your logic stands. I guess it is sound. Like, when I think about Zelda, it is certainly a different series in my mind than the Zelda that I played as a kid. Original Mario being new Mario's dad. Spiritually, I agree with that statement. Secret Mario Timeline. The Mario Timeline that Nintendo doesn't want you to know about. Reading all Matt Pat-isms in you voice makes them more tolerable. You're kind of right, though. I still think the idea that I had for that one Zelda stream, but applied to all video games ever, is funny. The whole what's the timeline is just the order the games came out in, and if you just make up whatever bullshit you need to explain any inconsistencies, because who actually cares? And then you get funny things like there being 4 links in that one Zelda board game, and me being like, oh my god, this is the true origin of the 4 sword. As a prequel game, it was always just a dream of a memory. Dream bubble game, real. I think my issue, I was actually thinking about this kind of recently, but I think one of my issues with the Zelda timeline is just that I kind of would rather it not be explained what things happen in what order, because I kind of like it being more like the way that like mythological figures have all these wacky adventures, but some of them contradict each other and everyone just goes, who cares, because it's fake. Literally how Andrew did flashbacks while staying in the present. Yep. Dream bubbles, pretty useful. Every Zelda adventure has its own session bubble. Exactly. That guy's name's Salamand. I'm assuming that's because they didn't have enough characters to name it Salamander. Which is funny, because normally when that happens, it's because the game came out in Japan first. Wait, no. They just didn't do it because they have enough for Adamant Turtle. Never mind. That was a deliberate choice. Okay, never mind. Salamander. What about Salamander, huh? Kind of fucked up. The game made for American RPG players of the 90s. You got me there. It was not a kind time for the gamer ladies. Unless you were a grandma that played Tetris. I feel like that was like the one exception. Boop. Heal potions. Cure potions. Still isn't. I mean, that's true. But at least now you can find spaces occupied primarily by women and female-leaning people. If you look around. It was a lot harder to do back then. If you went to any sort of place where gamers congregated or whatever back then, you know, you'd be a lot less likely to find women there. I would know. I was a gamer in the 90s. I was going to the arcade while I was still in my diaper, beating people at Tekken 3 in 1996 even. A mere morsel. I was nothing but a tasty little morsel. Whipping ass at SNK versus Capcom. At the pool hall that my dad went to so often that I thought he worked there. Yeah, go put the paralyzed guy to sleep. That's a good idea. Oh, he's petrified. Ruh-roh Raggy. Oh, I'm petrified. Ruh-roh Raggy. Insta loss. Now you insta lose, idiot. Man, did you just hit me, you little shit? And you just hit yourself. Wow. This is a shitty combo of enemies, goddamn. Ow. He's dead. Notorious for being a speedrun ender. I can see that. We've got plenty of cure potions. All right. Is there anything to do down here? Nope. Just loops around. Hello, lady. Oh, it's the exact same set of enemies. Gender fluid Mario. I'd rather drink Luigi's gender fluid personally. That's Gooigi. That him too. Hello. Morningstar. Which is an axe, as we all know. Oh, dead end. Pop, 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 pop. I got freaky zapped, bro. They're beating up my Reuben sandwich. What a bunch of fuckers. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Did you guys see the new Silent Hill game got announced? think it's going to be in the UK this time. Also, Castlevania is apparently going to be making new games in the series now. Scottish Hill, hell yeah. Are they sticking to what they said about following the latest ones? You mean like what? Following Silent Hill F? I have no clue. I just watched the trailer. And it was it seems like the theme is very like medical horror leaning, because the main enemy they showed like had whatchamacallit, like tubes and stuff. F was a spinoff. I mean, I assume so, because I mean, aren't they all? Are they? Can there really be a spinoff in their Silent Hill games? I mean, they all connect in some one way or another, but some more than others. I mean, it was done by Ryu Kishi, and I don't think he's going to be on this game. I think that was a one-time exclusive. Because, I mean, the main character is not Japanese. I mean, I don't really know what constitutes as a spinoff for Silent Hill, is the thing. Like, a lot of the Silent Hill games don't take place in Silent Hill in like the literal sense. Yeah, there's something about how, because it takes place in the past and the flowers or whatever. They had a very Resident Evil style connection of like somehow the events of Silent Hill F led to the cult shit happening in Silent Hill in the later games. I don't really like that there's any connection between Silent Hill games. They spin off considering gameplay. I mean, it does play differently, but based on what Don's saying, I assume there was no gameplay from what I saw in the trailer, so I don't know if they're going to be going with the more action-heavy gameplay or not. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. They didn't really show much. What makes a spinoff is vague. I mean, I don't really see F as a spinoff. I don't consider any Silent Hill game a spinoff though. Like, they're all just Silent Hill games to me. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it depends on what your definition of a spinoff is. Anyway, I'm gonna take a pee break. I'll be back. Oh, hi, too. Bruzy is the 10th most popular ship on Tumblr right now, according to Tumblr staff. That being Chris Streamer X Susie Deltarune. I feel like the problem with the term spin-off is that I don't feel like it actually means anything. Or at least not anything concrete. Ruben, I need you to hit when I tell you to hit, alright? Whop. Up. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Die. We are fighting dreamers. Kaboom. These dungeons sure are long. Bird. Up, 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 up. Okay, well, he's petrified. And he's petrified again. Ruben, I'm gonna smack you in the back of the head if you keep missing. Good. That did not do as much as I thought it would. Bop, 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 bop. That gold. Just like stacks of gold bars. Okay. That's it. I guess it's technically an obstacle. So we gotta come in from a different area. Oh wait, no we don't. We gotta climb up here. I'm dumb. Yeah, I feel like they could have just put a rock there. I'm not. It's very silly that they did that. It'll be even funnier if I never see that sprite ever used again across the rest of the game. I think somebody just made that and then they were like, well, may as well put it somewhere in the game. Is there any reason to go through that? What is blocking me there? Nothing. All right, Ruben, I need you to not miss. Thank you. Now do that again. Nice. Okay. There you go. Oh, there is another one. Okay, that's just a recurring sprite in this area. For some reason. Cool. Bam. Bam. All right. 1, 2, 3. That should be good. All right. Heal potions. Not worth it. Is there anything down here? Like an exit? Nope. Dead end. All right. Then I guess we go back the way we came. Boink. What's over here? Okay. Explosives. Very cool. Cure potions. Heal potions. Explosives. Cool. Explosives. All right. You know what? That was worth coming down here. That is just an item. So this whole area is optional. Epic. All right. Well, back we go. Wahoo. I don't want to go down there unless we have to, because we can't get back. I need to get there is the problem. But I don't know how. Six, 5, 6. 3, 6, 6. 6, 5, 6. 7, 7, 8. Can I go through here? Nope. Can I go through here? No. Okay. Cool. Well, There ain't shit in that room, so I guess we're going this way. Hello, Mr. Genie Man. Bang. Bang. Boop. Alright, well, onward. Bang. Bash his head in. Ninja Gaiden looking ass, motherfucker. Smack. I looped around to the beginning. Amazing. Well, here we go again. Maybe we should go fill our explosives back up to 900 while we're at the beginning. Would have been nice if they set that up to make it more obvious that it was the start. Let's see. Sleep. Boing, boing. It's the song. I'll buy 10 of them. And then, oh wait, shit. There we go. Like, oh yeah, that's how you get to that guy's house. Okie doke. Oh wait, we never went down here. Is this where you're supposed to go to get the gas mask? Do you have 10 GP for a cup of coffee? Okay, bye. Heal potions. The gas mask that I don't need. Heal potions? No? Okay, it's just refills on cure and heal potions. Infinity. Too bad there's no explosives in here, that'd be nice. Cool. Alright. Well. Find the free seed refills, it's over. Real and true. The only one we found was inside of that first dungeon, and that one is kind of annoying to get to. I'd rather not. Alright. Off we go. Let's see if we can make some better progress this time. Mocha me not accidentally wander back to the start. There's more gold bars up here for some reason. Who was mining all this gold and refining it? What is the deep lore? Hmm. Pressures. Kaboom. We're gonna be a higher level than Ruben by the time we get out of here. Nah. Didn't work. Nice. Get wrecked. Hmm. Nice. I was gonna say that sounds like the kind of sound you'd hear from like a Zubat using Confuse Ray. So, you know, good sound effect choice. Do you think, since they have so many characters to work with in the Japanese version, do you think they gave the enemies super long, like comically long names, or do you think they're still just like 6-7 characters max? I guess I could check, maybe. Yeah. Hmm. Let's see. Oops. Enemies. There we go. Okay. Adamant Turtle in Mystic Quest is Adamantaimai. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Avizard is Gargoyle. No, it seems like they're pretty much what you would expect lengthwise. Bajiri Suku is Basilisk. Beholder is Korudor. Oh, Korudoi. Korudoi. Huh. The brownie is Gobudin. The centaur is Uh, Kintarosu Centaur. Yes. Wait, what do they call the hedgehog? Sodorato. Sword rat. Nice. That's pretty funny. Ruben, stop being dead. I know I'm not actually paying attention at all. But, like, stop. Let's see. Ruben, no. Rip. Spell cure. We'll have him use a heal or cure potion on himself, actually. There we go. Okay, we got lucky and went first this time. Pop, pop, pop. The Fangpire is called Uradosaka Bloodsucker. Nice. Okay. Accurate. The Freezer Crab is called Uriza. Okay, fair enough. The Ghost is probably called Ghost or something. Yep, it's called Ghost. The Giant Toad. Gigantodo. There you go. Yeah. Very, very straightforward names. Which, you know, to be fair, they are translating this game's names into Japanese, so it's whatever. Oh, we finally have the life spell on Shid. After all this time. That was worth going to get, honestly. What am I doing? Every now and then I forget that you hit L and R to switch weapons, and I try to open the start menu to do it. Is there anything back there aside from fighting my way to that? I don't think so, but I'm going to kill a vampire just to double check. To be fair, you can at least argue that, like, having English loan words be the names for a lot of the enemies sounds a lot cooler in Japanese than a lot of the, like, low effort punny names that a lot of these guys have. Or in some cases, they're not really even puns, they're just like a misspelling or something. I have no idea where to go. Kind of impressed we're still only level 23. Need to hit that switch again. We do not. Stays open, thankfully. I'm just gonna wander around and try to find my way out for the rest of stream, but if we end stream still stuck in this dungeon, then I'm just gonna start the next one with the map open. I wasted a potion on Shid. I healed him when he was at full. I mean, it's fitting that this dungeon is confusing. I tend to usually, in most games, it's the fire levels that give me trouble. This one's just bad because of the vertical caves, but nothing really makes sense. Yeah, I'm kind of noticing that. But it is what it is, I guess. We'll find one way through or another. I think part of the problem is the outside area is really tiny and loops around really fast, but the inside areas are huge. So it's hard to really get a feel for like where you are relative to the outside. It's like using, it's like the using the nether to travel to different parts of the overworld in Minecraft. It can be really weird to like get a proper gauge on like how far you've traveled, because they aren't one-to-one. What? Kaboom. Did you just do 136 damage to me? Do you know who the fuck I am? I am 136. I mean, to be fair, if I hadn't accidentally left because the opening section just looks so generic that I didn't realize it was the opening section, I would just be able to walk around and know where I had and hadn't been based on enemies, but that did set us back pretty bad. So now I can only kind of vaguely guesstimate where I have and haven't been. And even then, I don't really know which of the rooms I just missed something in and which of the rooms aren't worth redoing. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, right. Paralysis ends after fight. I'd rather fight this guy if I have to pick. This level right here is exactly why anytime I walk into a dungeon and go, oh, it's a maze, this is why I get mad. This is what I'm imagining as soon as I realize that it's got a super maze-like layout. Confusion. Nice. I love when I get confused and then immediately just kill one of the other guys. It's good shit. Too bad there's not like a swagger equivalent where sorry, I'm trying to figure out which ways are worth going, which ways aren't. Where it raises your attack and confuses you. Which, like, I kind of get the logic there, because how hard you hit yourself in Pokemon is based on your attack stat, but, like, I feel like you never want to give your opponent a stat buff. It's just a big no-no in any RPG, I would argue. Alright, we are paralyzed. Can we get out before they deal 70 damage to me 400 times? Oh, wait, I'm out, but I'm blind. Oh, nope, I died. Don't worry, we'll have better RNG this time. Why are the turtles weak to axe attacks also? That don't make no sense. God damn. So weak against fire. Nutcrackers or something? Sure. It's about as good of an answer as I'll ever get. Alright. Bang. Alright. Spell cure. Okie doke. Let's fight this lady. Bang. Bang. Okay. It's kind of weird. We're at a point in this dungeon where Ruben is the weak one, and he's kind of holding me back. Whereas when we first got him, I was using his overleveledness to just get me through fights super fast and easy. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, I remember vaguely being in this area before. I have no clue how close we are to actually getting down there. I need to get to that, but I don't know what leads to that is the problem. That's why more RPGs need to do like the Zelda thing and give you a dungeon map. Just feeling my way through this one because I never remember the route. I feel bad for the speedrunners who have to figure the route out. I don't. This was a whole dead end. I remember we went all the way down there just to come back out. But I feel like this was also a dead end. I feel like I went in here and it didn't lead to anything. So I don't know. Like I said, if we don't make it, or I tried dropping from where the gin is. Yes, I did. That gets you stuck over next to where the entrance is, and then you'd have to make your way all the way back here. Why can I throw through that? It's so weird. Yep, that's a dead end. I wouldn't be surprised if I just need to find some fake walls, and that's what I'm missing. I guess we're going back through here just in case. Even though I'm pretty sure it's a dead end down here. Hmm. Fuck. Yeah, this dead end's down here. This has a bunch of explosives. Hmm. Hmm. Obviously, I'm missing something. I just don't know what. Hmm. Uh, it is. What did I miss in there? Is there a fake wall somewhere? It's the jump. Hmm. Up, up. Shit, which one was it? This one? Yeah. Okay. Mm, cool. Thought I went over, or I did go over here, but I must have missed the door when I was looking around. Hmm. Alright. Hmm. Gotta go down there, I guess. Hmm. I see. Turn order in this game feels very random. It's gonna have a very wide margin of like RNG for who goes in what order. Hmm. They're the yellow paint, but only sometimes. Yep. Alright, we made it. Hello. Oh boy, it just keeps going. Thought the long walkway meant we were at the boss. Damn it, Ruben. Alright. Fuck. Hmm. Yeah, one last maze of jumpy blocks. Bang. Bang. Ow. There she blows. It's the end of the line for you. Hydra attacks with fire breath. Ouch. Dragon Breath. Ow. Oh, Ruben's dead. But we have the life spell now, so it's fine. White attack. Fuck. One head down. Bang. Nice. Resisted poison from it twice. Ooh. How much did I do? Not as much as I thought it might. That's its third phase. It just looks like a normal dragon now. You can't even see the head that's missing. Ooh. Two become one? I suppose so. I hope he... Oh, he can petrify? Fucking great. Just what I wanted to see. Scrunch. Nice. I win. Well, 3 down, 1 to go. Nothing fire about that boss. It's red, I guess. It has fire breath, to be fair. But it also has lightning and petrify and poison. We did it! There's 1 crystal left to go! I remember a person from Windia saying something about a crystal. Windia, where's that? To the southeast of the focus tower. Cool. Sun coin. What's over here? Is there like a treasure chest? Or is it a shortcut out? I don't know. Oh, okay. I guess if you're out of magic completely, why are they so nice to put it to do that there, but not in any other place? That's very nice of them to do it the one time. Because I knew how much that dungeon sucks. Yeah, I mean, it would have been awful to try to get back out, but still. All right, well, we will stop here and we'll try to beat it on Sunday. Wahoo. We got MLP in the Discord tomorrow night. And uh, Tavern of Dreams, and OG Metal Gear next week. So, yeah, cool. Ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Yeah, alright, that's it. Keep your Argo, follow Ringo. Here's a message. I guess I should see who's actually streaming. Jonathan's been playing Minecraft while he gives me tips. So I guess we'll go right Dawn. That seems fair. Anyway, thanks for coming out. Have a good day, good night, whatever it is for you. And I will see you in the next stream. Mwah.